Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Magical Monday Marathon Sprints. And I said good morning, but it could be afternoon, depending on where you're at. I usually have like a little thing I'm reading so I don't forget what to say or what not to say, and I can't find it. I can't figure out what I did with it. Anyways, the goal of the sprinting today is to do 1 hour long sprints, so marathon sprints. And you're welcome to use this for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. If you don't know me, I'm Shanon. I write under the pen name of SC Huston, author of A Curse of Wings and Gems, Curse of Scales and Feathers, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And during the actual sprints, I will not be in the chats because focus issues. I will be focusing on the tasks I have to get done, but I'll catch up with everyone on the breaks. I think I covered everything I usually have written down. I just can't figure out what I did with it. I thought it'd be right here. Like, it's not like it's that messy around here. I just don't know what I did with it. I must have put it somewhere else. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, what are you guys working on today? I have to get into just reviewing everything Kickstarter-wise because I just had one of my Kickstarter backers do the survey, and she had ordered quite a few things. Or she, he, they, I'm not really sure of the pronoun, but they hadn't filled out the survey, and I had emailed and sent a message several times, and I guess they said that they just saw it, so they filled it out. And I know I have to mail stuff off, so I need to get together everything to mail it off and then give them an update. And while I'm in there, I want to go ahead and just check through like all the books that were ordered so far and where they're at in the process, and see if there's any other updates I need to do. I feel like I'm missing a book. I think I was supposed to get another book in the mail, and I have not gotten it. I have not gotten it. I have not received it. We'll figure out English. Okay. Devin was first here. Happy Monday. I need to get words down. I have to get words down. Yeah. I would love to get some words. Hopefully I can get to that but that's probably not going to happen. After I get that Kickstarter stuff done, I need to put together the speaker resource hub and the speaker packet and get that sent out, because people are already starting to put together their live streams for the AuthorTube writing conference, but they don't have access to any logos or anything. So I need to get all that stuff put together and get it out to them. If I can get that done today, that would be great. If I have time, maybe I'll be doing some writing. But I did do a lot of writing over the weekend. Did like over 18,000 words on Saturday, and thank you. It was over 3,000 on Sunday. Yeah. Because 598 plus 181 plus 2708 plus 207. So it's just over 3,000. I don't remember what that was, but yeah. So 3,000, 18,000. So about 22,000 words what I wrote on the weekend. So I got quite a bit done. And I also worked on AWC stuff, but there's only so much I can do before it's just like hitting me that I need to do words. Heyo, says Kat. Morning, says Devin. I'll be getting breakfast first and some focus tea before hammering out words. Think I'll go for 2,400 words today. Nice. I only got so many words just because I was brainstorming and drafting, which goes really fast for me when I'm dictating. And most of the words I did was for the Fated Adventures for the coming months, because I have the story figured out, and this was also part of my Kickstarter. So I had the story figured out, like the storyline and outline for all 4 characters and the mystery and where it's all going to end up. But I haven't actually written out the stories for each packet. So I'm trying to get ahead because it's 1 packet every month. And so I have like a couple weeks before the next one goes out. But then we're heading into June, where everything gets crazy with the conference. And then 1 July is right after the conference. And I don't have that packet put together yet. So I'm like, okay, I kind of need to get it all done now, because when the conference hits, I'm not going to have time to do it then. So I'm trying to get ahead on it. But yeah. Loved your flash fiction today. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I was also on Natalie's channel yesterday to do flash fiction live. Natalie Locke and Chandra Arthur, they do flash fiction live once a month, although they're going to skip June because they're both speaking at the conference. So they're gonna put their efforts toward that instead. But I've been kind of invited to do it with them anytime I want. So I'm like, yay! I like the flash fiction. The way I explained it to Natalie was off screen yesterday, so this wasn't part of the conversation you guys saw on screen. I have so many ideas for stories, so many things I want to write about, and I just don't have the time. I always joke that I have more stories than life left to live to tell them. So doing the Flash Fiction Live is really cool for me because it's kind of like a moment where I can like address that shiny new object syndrome and just write one of these ideas that I have always floating in my head. And then, just something short, get it out and be done with it. And then, then the rest of my writing is, I'm kind of working on two things at the moment when it comes to my writing, which is my third book and my Fated Adventures. So it's nice to have like a little, and then so far, so the first one we did was back in, what are we, May? So April, what's before April? March. So was it March? April? I don't know. The first one I did with them this year was for Irish mythologies. And so I wrote something that was Irish related. So it had nothing to do with my world. But then last month, the one I did was in my world. And the one I did this month was in my world. And the next one we're doing is July 13th, I think it is. I think it's July 13th. And that one is what? I wrote it down. Why am I thinking resurrection? I don't think that's it. Revolution. I start with it's an RE word. Revolution is going to be the theme of that one. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. And yesterday was admin work for me, so I could write this week. Perfect timing. Got up at 6 a.m. and was just starting to feel the fade. Oh, how's everyone today? I'm good. I'm still trying to get like in gear. Like I've been to the gym already, but my brain's like wanting to shut down. I think it wants to shut down because I know I'm going to be doing admin and I just really just want to write. But I'm like, you wrote a whole lot this weekend. You got far ahead in your stuff. And I think too, my work in progress was just my third book. It's A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. I've mentioned it, how I have a few Omega readers on it. And it's like every chapter I put up this weekend, one of my Omega readers read through it right away. And so it's like, I don't have any backlog left now for it. And every time it stops and there's not another chapter coming, she will leave a message like, I love this. I want more chapters. When are you going to get another chapter up? It's amazing that she's asking this, but it's also like pressure. And she'll send me emails. She's like, when's the next chapter coming up? So it's just like, yeah. And I do want, I don't want to write it just because I have someone reading it, right? I really want to write it because I love my story. But I have that background. A Kickstarter question. Should I ask backers if they want the swag with or without the books? Because I'll have all the swag before the books are done. So, I mean, I would actually do it from a monetary perspective. I guess it depends. Are your books signed or are they coming directly from because you say with or without the books, I'm thinking like you're going to send the swag with the actual physical book in a box to them. So if that's the case, if you're going to possibly put the swag in the box with the books, and that's what you're sending out, then I would think about the monetary aspect, because a book is one flat price to send through the mail to US people. So you're paying what's called media mail. You probably know this already. I'm probably saying something you already know, but and with media mail, it's just supposed to be the book, but they're okay if you have like a couple of stickers and a bookmark and a postcard that all have to do with the book itself, and that's in there. So now you're just paying one price, which is the media mail, which is much cheaper depending on how thick your book is. You're looking anywhere between like $3.50 to $5.50 per thing you send out. Versus if you send out the book, which is at $3.50, $5.50, whatever it is, it goes by weight, plus then the postage on the swag when you send that out. So I would send it all out together. That's what I'm doing with my my special edition books. I'm waiting for those to come in. When those come in, like I've had the swag for those already done, ready to go to the people, but I'm going to put the swag into the same box with the book that I'm signing that's going out to those backers. So I could save on postage, because postage costs will eat into whatever profit you might have made off of your Kickstarter. And I mean, the profit's not huge for anyone who's like looking at, like, oh, you made a few $1,000s. It's still not really huge because, of course, they take their own. The Kickstarter platform takes their cut. You also have to pay for all the credit card fees. And so by the time that's done, that takes off a few $100s. and then the cost of production and shipping. And if you're having something shipped to you and then you ship it out, then you have another shipping cost, then the cost of the material that you're buying to ship the stuff in. And so it all starts adding up. So like on my first Kickstarter that I made, it was $3,600 after the Kickstarter ended. I think what was put in my bank account was around 3,100. I think it was around 3,100. But then after I paid for all the production and shipping and all of that, I made just over $600. So that paid for my next book cover with a little bit left over from my next book cover, but not all of it. It wasn't enough for the next one. So I didn't make like a whole lot of money on it, but it's still better than being in the hole. So I am constantly looking at, okay, how can I save on costs but still provide value? And so I think that that's the case. I don't think they'll mind. And I think that, I don't know, if I look at it from like my perspective and what I've seen like in unboxings and stuff, people love opening a box that has like all kinds of goodies in it. So if you are shipping the box directly from you to them, I would put the goodies in there with it. So, but there is a point which there's certain swag you cannot put in there, or there's a point where it's too much. I don't know what that line is. I don't remember. So like two of my Kickstarter backers who are getting the special edition book, they also they're my highest tier, my God tier. So they have candles. And on the last Kickstarter, I sent the candles separate from the books. So I was still paying two separate costs, but I think that was cheaper than me putting it all together in one box, because that it would now not be considered media mail, and it was like a really high price because the book is really thick. So the bigger your book, the heavier it is, the more you're paying. So by weight, even when it's not media mail, and yeah, it costs quite a bit. I should just send the swag. Now, if you're sending the book directly from the printer to them, so if you're drop shipping, then I would just send the swag when you have it and send it out to them. That way they have something. That's what I did with mine. So I'll be opening the next Faded Adventure packet this evening. All the after school activities are done now. Nice. I'll be lurking to give view time. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate that. Did I see you? Heyo. Did I click on that? I feel like I missed it. I don't know. I'm tired. I've had good sleep, but my brain is like, nope, we don't want to work. Kick, yes, for signed copies, -3 international goodies going with books. Then my Kickstarter doesn't have anything bulky except for the first God tier package. Yeah. So you're probably pretty good then just sending it as media mail within the US. You'll save costs. And again, I think it goes back to like, from what I can see in my own perspective, opening a box with a book and goodies is just so much more exciting. So Lindsay, hi, lurking at work, getting some admin done. I appreciate that, Lindsay. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and get into the first sprint of the morning. 1 hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I got through most of this person who filled out the survey for the Kickstarter backer. There's quite a few things that they ordered. In addition, just to the tier, there was lots. There's like 3 additional books and lots of other stuff. So went ahead and ordered 2 of the books, and one has to come to me. That's a special signed edition, and the other one, the third one, I haven't gone and looked at yet to see where I'm at. But I was thinking, and I had mentioned this before we went on the first sprint, that I was like, I still have 2 more books out that I have not received, or a couple more books. I couldn't remember exactly, but yeah, it was 2 books. And I did check with Ingram Spark, and one of them actually I'm supposed to get today. So yay. And then the other one just went to the shipping partner today, which means a couple weeks before it's going to get to me. And I'm like, I ordered these books like a while ago. See, one I ordered, I ordered both of them on 29 April. And one of them is getting to me today, and the other one is just now going to the shipping partner, which is just really weird that I could order 2 books. Now they're 2 different ones. Actually, one's my first book in the series, and the other one's my second book in the series, and one's in color, and the other one's in grayscale. So, but they were both ordered on the same day. There was an hour difference between me ordering them. No, sorry, 11-hour difference. So maybe that makes a difference. 11-hour difference means 2 weeks difference before I receive it in the mail. That's really weird. But yeah, ordered those the same day, and I'm getting one today, and the other one has to go through shipping, which is like another 2 weeks before I get it, or longer, depending on what's going on. And I think shipping is like taking longer right now based off of what's happened with my Fate Adventure story mail and everybody getting it a bit later than the first round. So yeah. Left off here with Lindsay saying hi, lurking at work, getting some admin done. Awesome. Hopefully you're able to get some progress in. Hello, Lindsay from JL. Hello, JL. Keiko came in. Hello. Just returned from work. Another overtime hour. Sorry to hear that. Hello, Keiko, says JL. My eyes are getting tired. So switch fonts and text color, enlarge text by 1 time. Definitely helps. That's a neat trick. I should do the same thing. I feel tired too. And I had enough sleep last night. I've had enough sleep for the last week. So you would think I would be okay. So I don't know. Did I not sleep well maybe last night? I just didn't realize it. I don't know. But I'm tired. And then trying to push myself to be like, I have to get this admin stuff done when I really just want to write. Added 835 words of 2,400 word goal. Nice progress. Trying dictation since I sprained my wrists already. Oh no. Sorry to hear that, Devin. Hopefully it heals fast. I don't know if wrists fall in the same category as like ankles, because my left ankle I've had lots of issues with. I've sprained it. I've broke it. I've sprained it again. And yeah, and the doctor, almost every single time, I've been at a different location. First time I sprained my left ankle, I was in Indiana. Then I broke it when I was in Kuwait. I was deployed out to the desert. And then I sprained it. Where was I at? Washington. And then I tore it up again in Hawaii. And there it was sprain/break, different things. And every doctor in all 4 places have told me the same thing, that it's better to break it than sprain it. And I'm like, well, I've really only broke it fully once and just broke pieces. It was pieces that I broke in Washington. Nope, that was Hawaii. There was pieces I broke off on the bone. But they didn't do anything with those. They said, well, unless they hurt you, we're just going to leave them where they're at. So there's like free floating bone pieces in my ankle. Yeah. Tiffany, oh my gosh, hi. It's been minutes since I've seen you. I hope all is well. Hi, all. Making bread. I'm here making up bread for you, but you're actually up making the bread, not making it up. And thought I'd come through and kiss the like, but I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Jocelyn, hello. Good morning. Nice to see you. Are you working on anything? So, alrighty. Well, I've got to get I started putting together the email or message just through the Kickstarter system. So it's not exactly an email, but so for those who've just come in, I had a Kickstarter backer who actually ordered a lot of stuff. I think it was like almost $300 worth of stuff for my Kickstarter, but they hadn't filled out the survey, and some of the stuff is mailed. And so I was like, I can't deliver everything because I don't have a mailing address. And And so, and I'd reached out to them a few times, like, hey, are you having issues submitting the survey? Because I actually had issues submitting surveys for not the last two now, because now I've had another Kickstarter backed and the survey went through just fine. But there's two Kickstarter backers where I've never been able to submit the survey. No matter how many times I do it, it won't submit. So I was like, are you having any issues? You can just, put it in the message. I just need your address. I can send you your rewards and whatnot. And they finally got back to me and said that they just had seen my messages. And so now I'm trying to get this stuff ordered and sent off to the Kickstarter backer. And it's a lot because they ordered more than just a tier. They ordered like a lot of add-ons. So I'm trying to be very careful, especially since I'm tired and I don't know why, because I've had plenty of sleep. I'm trying to be very careful that I'm not going to miss anything in their order. And so I'm going through one by one and drafting the message back to say, okay, here's the progress on each of these things. So some of these, she ordered 3 different books in addition to the book for that tier. So I have to order all these books and let her know, okay, now it's ordered and that kind of stuff. So just trying to give her an update and not miss anything, because I don't want to miss someone, getting the product they paid for, which is really crazy because I haven't finished watching it because I had to put it on pause because part of the email or message, I'm dictating it as I'm coming across things. I'm just like dictating, like, okay, need to make a note about the shipping times on this one. So as I'm dictating, I'm putting this video on pause and I'm watching a video that's called Book Drama Goes Viral After $95,000 Kickstarter is called out. And this is on Brett Andrews, which I like her books. I'm not like super fan or anything, but I do like her writing. It's romantasy writing. And I guess something's wrong with her. Like, she's done her Kickstarter, it was $95,000 and she's not been fulfilling it. And there has to be something going more to this story than I've only gotten like 2 minutes into the video. So I don't know what exactly the story's all about, but funny that I'm trying to make sure I'm being very careful with my Kickstarter and fulfilling everything. And there's this came out 16 hours ago. So about another author who did a Kickstarter who made way more money than I made. And something's going wrong with it. I guess the backers are not happy. So trying not to be in that position. And I don't see that it ever would like I would not purposely be in that position, but I can see how like I would miss something if I'm not being careful enough, especially when someone orders a lot of stuff. So, there's some here, some comments, working on my usual. Okay. Well, hopefully you make some good progress. That's too much ouch for me. About better to break than sprain. Yeah, it's a lot of ouch. My left ankle, it's the poor thing. It's terrible. By the way, just learned about this bill HB 1373 in Texas, like OMG. Luckily, it didn't come through. It sounds familiar, but I don't remember what that was. If you 1375. Okay, got you. I feel like there was some drama about that not too long ago. And I consumed the information and felt like it wasn't relevant, probably because I don't remember it. Not that I remember things very well anyways, but I can't even recall a single thing of it, even though I know I've consumed some information on it. I've been told it's better to break it too. So for the ankle, but what about the wrist? I was wondering if the wrist was the same. Like I'm assuming it might be almost the same, because if I remember right, there's like so many tendons and ligaments and small bones in those areas that it's better to break than to tear, because it's hard for things to heal if it's a sprain. Or I can't remember what the doctor told me. It's been a while since I've hurt my ankle. After the last time I hurt my ankle, and that was falling down a mountain in Hawaii, I realized that I am not supposed to be doing those things. So because I loved hiking. When I've hurt my ankle, well, the first time I sprained my ankle, I was taking belly dancing lessons, and so that was I was 18 when that happened, and that was the first time I hurt my ankle. And then I broke it when I was out in the desert. I wasn't doing anything terrible. I don't know what you would consider terrible. I was hanging out with I was actually hanging out with medics, of all people to be hanging out with. I knew one of the medics back from my home base because I went to him for physical therapy, and they were all drinking, which you're not supposed to drink when you're deployed out to the desert where it's a dry country. But I was drinking with them because I was hanging out with them, and I went to the porta potty. Yes, because there's no bathrooms out there in the desert. We were in a tent city. And the porta potties were set up on these big, huge rocks. I say huge. And when I say huge, I mean not like little pebbles, like palm-sized rocks. And so that way the porta potties would be stable in the sand, because there was nothing but sand out there. There was nothing else. It was just sand. There was no plant life, no animals, no nothing. I mean, I'm sure there was bugs, but so they put the porta potties on rocks. But when I came out of the porta potty, and me probably being slightly drunk, stepped down onto the rocks, and the rocks shifted, and I snapped my ankle. Thankfully, the medics were right there because I would get in trouble. I would have been in trouble if I had gone and said, "Hey, I need help," and I wasn't supposed to be drinking, and they would get in trouble because they're the ones that supplied the alcohol. So they splinted my ankle, and I went back to my tent, and I sat there and cried the rest of the night and waited until morning. And then because I was in pain the whole time, and then went to the medic tent in the morning. Yeah. How did I get on that? I don't know. Let me go on. But yeah, they said too, it was better for me to break it. And actually, I recovered really well from that. I was already running. I was running like 7 miles a day at that time, but there was no running for a few weeks, for 6 weeks. But I did get back into running right after that, 6 weeks. But it's hard to use crutches in the sand, let me tell you. I'd rather not sprain or break things. Me too. Me too. Hello, Tiffany and Jocelyn. And here I am with Kickstarter yelling at me about fulfillment, right? It keeps doing that to me too, which it did not do that. My first Kickstarter that I did, which if those who do not know, when on the other end as a creator, once you're done with your Kickstarter, almost every time you log in, it's saying, give an update to your people, let them know where you're at. And I can't change it because I'm still in fulfillment. So I'm like, you don't have enough options for me to say half of everybody's done and the other half is still waiting. I mean, it's just, I can't remember. It's like 4 options. I don't remember. So almost every time I log in, it's saying, update your backers. I'm like, I don't need to update with anything else because you only give me 4 options. So I was like, it's either not started or I can't remember the 4, but whatever it is, it's like, I have just in fulfillment, which is half of my backers are done. Like they've already received everything they're going to get from me because that's what they ordered. So they're done. But the other half are still waiting on stuff to come through. So there's no option for me to say, almost done. I wish there was. But yeah, I just say it to myself. I actually do say it out loud. I say, I'm almost done. And then I click out of the screen. But hi from Keiko. Devin says of the Capital Texas Steel Bill, Texas. Oh, that's sorry. Brain is working slow. So that's an actual link for me to go click on. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good morning, all. Hello, Green World. Are you working on anything today? I'm gonna go ahead and get this set up for the next sprint. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. We'll do another hour on the clock. Get going here, started. Jody, I did it. I relaunched my book. Congrats. Please drop a link. We'd love to see it. And then I saw that you did the interview. Gosh, who did you do with? I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. I have so many videos in my watch later list. I was really interested in watching this one about Kickstarter. This author who got $95,000 on her Kickstarter, and she's being called out. I don't know what it is yet because I've only made it 2 minutes in because every time I click play, I have to put it on pause because I'm doing something else. So you forgot repeat at the end. Repeat. What did she last say? Was it this one? Hi on repeat? I don't know what that was for, but sounds great. Kickstarter updates not made. Some items made. Fulfillment in progress fulfilled. Oh, those are the four items. Yeah, okay. So some items made. Fulfillment in progress. See, and I got fulfillment in progress because I don't have some items made. All my items are done. I'm just waiting for some of it to get. I'm just waiting on 2 more books to be shipped to me. Everything else, all the swag, everything's all done. It's already in my possession. People who got just swag without a signed copy of the book, they've already got their swag. But those who are getting signed copy of the book, I'm sending some. Oh, I should say that, Devin. I was just looking at because this Kickstarter backer that I'm trying to fulfill right now, they didn't just order swag for this book, but they ordered swag from my previous book. And I was like, will that be too much in the box? Will it be too heavy? Will it not be considered media mail? So I started doing. This is also what I did on the last first hour sprint. So I researched it, and I didn't remember this, but. Or maybe I did know it and I just dismissed it. I don't know. But stickers, you cannot send as part of media mail. And since we were talking about whether or not you should send your swag all at the same time, that said, I have received stickers as part of media mail from other authors. So I was like researching it and I was like, okay, what happens if you just slip a sticker in there? What happens? And it says that the post office reserves the right to inspect media mail at any point, and then one of several things could happen. One, they could return it back to you as is, which then of course you would the postage and whatever else is, if the box is ruined or whatever, if you have to do new box, you miss out, you lose that money. Or they could just charge you more money up front for a parcel instead of a media mail. And I was like, is this really worth it for me to do? I mean, I only have a few stickers. And so I actually put all this information into ChatGPT, and I was like, what is the best option? Here's the media mail. Here are the things I'm going to be including. If I'm doing the stickers, should I just do all the swag separate, or what is, and it said the best thing that I could do is do the media mail with all the art prints and everything like that, minus the stickers. You could do art prints and bookmarks and other, things like that. You just can't do stickers. So that's media mail. And then the sticker could be sent like just if it's US, right? Just send it in an envelope with the basic stamp on it. And that's only like 73 cents right now. By the way, postage rates go up 10 July, 1 July, somewhere in the beginning of July, postage rates go up, Devin. So if you do not have your stamps now, go get your stamps, because forever stamps, it doesn't matter if the rates go up. A forever stamp still works even when the rates go up. So I just bought a bunch of stamps and I just received them in the mail because I ordered them through the online. So and it's free shipping if you have like so many costs or something, or it's free shipping it's free shipping if something. I don't remember what that if something was, and I met it, so I got free shipping on it. So I didn't have to go to the post office and get it. But yeah, I just got a bunch of stamps. So I think I'm going to send my stickers separate, and then everything else will be in the box. So the next question I asked them when I saw that it was I had this other swag to include, I was like, is there a point in which there are too many art prints that makes it too heavy for the media mail? And it came back and it said, what did it say? Oh, I was asking another question. Where is it at? 70 pounds. Total weight package. The total package weight cannot exceed 70 pounds. I'm like, oh, it's not going to go over 70 pounds. So I could put as much as I want in there as far as the print artwork and whatnot. So I'm going to do that and just in the sticker separate. The other thing I put in here is that I had to order some more copies of the special edition book to my house. And I saw that on Ingram Spark, where I'm ordering it, it says eight books per carton. And I'm like, I need 7. So I was like, what do I need to do? And I was like looking at this, and I put 7 in there. I put 8 in there to see what it did. And all it did was add 50 cents for shipping if I did 8 books instead of 7. And of course I had to pay for the additional cost of the book, which is $31 and some change. And so like, what am I missing? And so I put that into ChatGPT. What was my question? I said, I'm ordering copies of my book from Ingram Spark. For this particular order, I need 7 copies of my book. In the order form, it says carton quantity is 8. I'm able to order just 7. Adding 1 more increases the shipping cost by 50 cents. I don't really need 1 more book. So I think I would just order 7 and save that 50 cents plus the cost of printing the book. But am I missing something? Does ordering 8 books, which is what they show as a carton quantity, benefit me in some way? And it broke it down. And basically the only thing is that it's just more efficient packing on their end with Ingram Spark to do 8 books versus 7. And I was like, okay. And then it gave me the bottom line. It said it saves you no money and only slightly improves packing quality if I order a full 8. I never even thought of this stuff. This is stuff that would be like going over in my head. Like, which one should I do? Should I do 7? Should I do 8? Which one? Do I really need an 8th book? I'm like, I don't know where I'm going to sell the 8th book. I don't need an 8th book, because if I ever do this book again, I'm going to have a different insert at the beginning of the book, because because some of my work has been pirated and being given away for free, I am now putting inserts at the beginning of all my books where my books are coming from. So when I see a pirate copy in the future, I'll know where it came from. So if it says an Akawag, which Akawag is a Curse of Wings and Gems Kickstarter edition, then I know someone in my Kickstarter is the one who pirated my book. So I'm doing that, and I'm doing that for all my future ARC copies, wherever I'm printing them at, where I'm selling it at, whether it's Amazon or through Draft to Digital. I'm doing different inserts for all my books. So I can see, I can't stop it from happening, but at least I can see where it happens the most, and I can try to avoid that. And that's my goal for the future. So, yeah, I didn't get it either, Keiko. The repeat. Woohoo to Jody. And there's a link. Thank you. I'll go check that out. What do you mean with repeat? I'm confused. I'm confused too. I thought maybe I could get it, but I wasn't really sure. Thanks for the stamp stuff. Yes. You're welcome. I was wondering about the art prints as well. I'll have 7 prints total. Yeah. So as far as I can tell, as long as it doesn't go higher than 70 pounds, you can put as many art prints as you want into the medium mail. The only thing, there are some other contingencies, but I don't think you and I will fall under that, which is as long as there's art prints that goes with the book, it can't be, I'm trying to go back to because I still have the post office site pulled up here. It can't be, well, it says posters or prints qualifying as educational reference charts or things that go along with the book. So photocopies and artwork used to illustrate manuscripts, these are acceptable when they accompany manuscripts for books, periodicals, or music. Non-eligible items, stickers, posters, or prints that don't qualify as educational reference charts. Photographs or photo albums, loose photographs or albums are not permitted, and advertising materials. So you're not supposed to put any advertising materials in there, which if you have a bookmark with a QR code, I don't know if that qualifies as advertising, because if the QR code goes to a site where you're trying to sell something, it's possible they might include that as part of advertising. I don't have to worry about that, but I have heard people say how they put QR codes on their bookmarks, which is an ingenious idea when you're trying to pass out bookmarks and get people to visit your site and buy things. But I guess that would probably be considered advertising, I'm guessing, but I don't know. I don't know if advertising, it's not very clear. I don't know if advertising in this case might be like an actual like a postcard that says, go to my website and get the next book or something like that. I don't know. I don't know where that line is at. That might be something to ask ChatGPT or AI what would qualify and wouldn't qualify as advertising. I'm also confused. I don't see where I use the word repeat. You said I forgot the word repeat at the end. Word. Yes, there was. I was a bit confused by it too, but I don't think it wasn't Coffee Crate Connect that said it. It was somebody else, I think, who said it. Maybe I'm wrong. Relaunch the book. Huh? Where's it at? Oh, here it is. Green Ruled said it. You forgot repeat at the end. That was Green Ruled who said it. Yeah. Which was sent to Keiko, which maybe Coffee got involved. JL, her name got involved because I went to the last comment that Keiko made, which was to Coffee Create Connect. And I thought maybe I'd figure out why the word repeat was added or needed. And I couldn't figure it out. So yeah, word. We'll just say repeat. Today's word is repeat. All right, let's go ahead and get going for our next spread. For anyone else to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time on the second sprint that we've done. So yeah, how did you do? I'm still going through and I'm just looking at where orders are at for my Kickstarter, just going one by one for those who are not done, what's going on with their orders. Some of them are waiting for this special signed edition, which I'm still waiting on those to hit my house. So waiting on those. And then I also have 2 books that I have not received the proof copies for. One of them is the previous Kickstarter book. So I think that's only like one person that affects. But yeah, so I'm just going through seeing what I can do to update anybody who's still waiting on anything from the Kickstarter. And running into like little things like here and there to update my spreadsheet with everything and whatnot. So did I mark where I left off? I don't think I did. I'm trying to find it. We talked about the repeat. Congrats to Jody for re-releasing the book. Stamps tip. Art prints. Oh, we did. We left off here with Keiko saying word. Must have been a talk to text autocorrect thing. It might have been. Yeah, super tired. Honestly, can't believe it's not even 11 a.m., right? It's not 11 a.m. for me either. Hoping once I make my smoothie and take a movement break, I'll feel more energetic. I think that's what I'm going to do. I keep like picking up my coffee cup to drink some more coffee, and I've already drunk it all. And it was my second cup. So I'm like, I think I just need a third cup today. I know I usually do 3. I have, but it's not usual. So I think I'm going to do a third and move around this next sprint at the beginning. But as I always say, even if you walk, you'll eventually finish the marathon. Yes, right? You eat an elephant one bite at a time. Hello, Andy. How's it going? Good morning, Adeshale. I have thought about you so many times over this past weekend. Like I was supposed to reach out to him, but that link was in my sprint on Thursday that you sent me for Discord. And because I was like, I heard my husband came in the door right as I was ending my sprint. We had to go off to my son's IEP meeting, and it was our last one because we finally signed all the paperwork. We've had multiple meetings with trying to figure out his IEP, and that one took 2.5 hours to get through. Because we're kind of like bulldogs with making sure that he's getting all the accommodation he needs. I closed down my sprint, totally didn't save that link to get a hold of you on Discord and whatnot. And I was like, oh gosh, I don't even know how to get it now. Because you can't, like, it takes like a day for it to refresh and for the chat to come up. And then I got busy with writing and you try to get caught up on things before conferences because I won't have time on the conferences to get some of my writing done for the Faded Adventure story mail, and packets 4 and 5 will be going out in that time, right? No, 3 and 4. 3 and 4 will be going out in that time. So I was trying to get those done, and it's just, I don't know. So I didn't get a chance to do it. If anyone is interested, I believe they have a YouTube channel, Storytellers Hearth, Storytellers, one more, Storytellers Hearth Write-a-thon, Storytellers Hearth. I don't know what the rest of it is, but Storytellers Hearth, where they always do an announcement video of the next marathon that they're doing, the next writing marathon they're doing, with a link to go sign up. I know it's open right now. It just opened a few days ago for anyone who wants to sign up. And I've in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. I have way too much going on. I can't do, I lost my train of thought. I can't do and not that I would be automatically chosen because it's a random drawing of who gets to actually, what's it called? The person who does the sprint, the live streamer, the YouTuber, the author tuber, whatever they're called. The host, there we go, who wants to host a sprint. And then I was saying, oh, right, Shannon, there's a reason why you did this every June, because then you got to talk about the Author Tube Writing Conference coming up. And I was like, should I go do it? I still haven't gone over there, though. Published with Andy. Good afternoon from Green Ruled. Doing well, says Adeshale. Sleepy but happy. We had the privilege of hosting Friends Gathering 2 days in a row. Nice. Good times and good food. Always, yeah. Waffle. Hi, Green Ruled. Waffle. Hellos. I enjoyed your, I'm glad you enjoyed your time with your company. Joanne says, hello to everyone. Good morning. Hope writing's going well for you all. I'm doing admin stuff. I have not done a Kickstarter like update in a minute, just from, partially as an update for myself, because I've ordered books and I don't know if they've gotten to people or not. And I just want to check to see if things got delivered, especially now knowing that the mail is running slower. And which, by the way, I did see that when I was tracking the book that was coming to my house, because I have 2 proof copies still coming in, and one of them's supposed to arrive today. And I was looking at the one that has made it from the printing company, which is Ingram Spark, to USPS, but it has not been assigned a tracking code yet. And on that page, it says that mail may be delayed due to severe weather from, what did it say, central US to the Midwest through the central or the eastern states and the Great Lakes. Because of severe weather, mail may be delayed, something along those lines. So I was like, oh, this might be why everything's getting slower to everybody. So I'm imagining that's probably slowing down all the mail, including the books. But I wanted to go through and check to see where books were at for those I was already able to order copies for, and see if people haven't received them yet. Hey, Joanne, nice to see you. Making slow but steady progress today. Long time no see, Joanne from Green World. Good morning. No words at time. More brainstorming and trying to find. Yes, I wrote down how to say his name, but that's not how you spell it, right? There's not an I in it. Where did I write that down? I wrote that down in my book, but I think that was several weeks ago. And I don't know where that's at. Basil? I think it's Basil. Yep, additionally equals foodie. I wrote that down. That was last week in March. I try to write stuff down. I'm trying to remember things, but I don't know where I wrote that. It's probably way back here somewhere. Carla is TC Cardella as an author name on Amazon. Just saw that. But I think that fact is in my head for a while now. Because I see her new books release. I'm like, oh, that's her. Oh, I don't know where I wrote it down. I'm in February and I still don't see it. Did I write it last year? Maybe I wrote it last year. I think it's just I haven't seen the name for a minute or haven't said the name out loud. So I don't know how you say that. I do not have that in this book. It must be in my other book. I don't know how you say the name. I think it's Basil. Maybe. Okay, trying to find his voice after not writing for 2 weeks and cries. Basil. Oh, wait, you put it right there. Oh, my gosh. I'll tell you guys, I'm tired. I have to be very careful what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm tired either because I've been sleeping. But I'm tired today for some reason. I should have read it all the way. Basil. Oh, my gosh, why did I not see that? Yes, I promise I'm not an idiot, but I feel like one right now. Let me write this down in this week. But I'm pretty sure it's not spelled with the I, right? I think it doesn't have an I in it. You've probably answered me already, but I'm just going to write it. Okay. I looked up that bill, Keiko, and wow. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Storyteller's Hearth is in June. So excited for it. Yes. I always get excited for it. But right now, because all of the volunteers who are supposed to help me with what I do as part of the AWC, the conference this year, all of them have fallen out. And so now I'm right back where I was at 2 years ago when I mentioned that I can't continue doing the conference if I don't have help. Yeah, so I'm like, this is not working. I'm so far behind where I should be. I already have people creating their live streams and I have even given them the assets and stuff that they need to put onto their thumbnails and still feel like I can write and be happy as a writer because I'm doing all this because I want to write. So fingers crossed though, because I'm part of a women's fantasy group that I had met our leader of the group. I met her a couple years ago, 3 years ago now, I think, at a conference, Women in Publishing, which they're not doing that conference anymore. But she had reached out to a bunch of us to see if we want to create a group. And her and I we're part of the OG, but we've got a lot more people now added to the group. And so we always do like an update, like how's everything going? We have our monthly meetings and we just had it on Thursday. And I was like, well, I've been kind of stressed with the conference. I've lost all my volunteers who helped me. And I've already had 3, 4, 5 emails from people telling me that the website's messed up in certain places. And I'm like, yeah, I figured it was going to be because it's just me. And I've got all this other stuff I'm trying to get done too. And trying to get it all done in time. And then I also got a Discord message about something being wrong this morning. So I go in there and I go fix it because I'm trying to just hurry up and get it done so I can move on to the next task. And one of the women in the women's fantasy writing group said that she would like to help out. And I met with her yesterday. So just talking with her, seeing what she, what her skill set is and what she could do. So hopefully some of the stuff is going to be, she's going to take over the giveaways program, which is quite a bit with trying to keep track of everything. So hopefully it's going to take a little bit off my plate. I got a hiccup and it's like stuck in the back of my throat. And I'm like, I don't want to talk. And all of a sudden it comes out in the middle of me talking. All good. I know how it is to get busy. Yeah. Stepping out, BRB, especially after 2.5 hours later. Right. And my brain was fried after that meeting. I came home and I was supposed I was going to try and get Dale's book done that day. And I didn't get it done. I could barely get myself into it. I did get it done the next day, but the next day was supposed to be for AWC stuff, which it took me the whole day to do his book because I'm the ideal audience as YouTube for authors. And it was just so much that I had to say, I guess. And not that it's a bad book, not at all. Just, other things that I knew or that I was thinking of. So my reader gut reaction. And I haven't had as much of a reaction to some of his other books I've beta read. And I think it's because I wasn't like I was the audience, but I was not like the targeted audience, like the niche down targeted audience for it, where I was for this one. And plus, I also have the mindset of being a small creator on YouTube, where his viewpoint was from being a larger creator. So I think I offered an additional viewpoint, maybe. So that's why I made lots of notes, just offering I don't know if it was any helpful or not for him. He said it was all helpful, but some of it he might have not worried about because it's not what he was aiming for. So, hi, Joanne from Adeshale. Gotta go on a quick walk with the other half with sunshine. Can't even talk. BRB lurking in the meantime. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just joining in. Hello, Eva. Nice, Adeshale. Definitely great to get some fresh air movement. Yes. It's nice when you can do things with your partner, too. Hello, Eva. My husband and I, we were sitting there talking. I don't remember what day it was. It was Saturday, Sunday? Like how different we are now. And I was like, we were always different. He was like, yeah. I guess we just had similar life goals, like what we want to do with our life. But like he loves being out with people. He likes going out and doing things. I'd rather not go out the front door if I can help it. So he likes to come home and, do the family things and then sit down and watch TV for the rest of the evening. I find that very boring. I'm like, I would rather be doing anything else than sitting here and watch TV. But so we realized, and I would prefer to go for walks, and that would get me out the front doors going for a walk, but he doesn't want to. So I'm not going because he doesn't want to, because I don't want to be out there by myself. So yeah, but I've mentioned it a few times. It's like, let's go for a walk after dinner. What? Yeah, let's do this. I've mentioned it a few times over the years, and he's always like, I don't want to do that. So I'm like, okay. I could go by myself, but I don't want to be by myself because everyone's going to be looking at me. Not that they're not going to be looking at me if I'm walking outside with him, because he's a very tall Black man. So, and I'm not short, but next to him, I look short. And, people just they look at us all the time whenever we're out. I feel it. I see it. But it just feels better when he's there next to me versus me being out by myself. So, did I say this? I don't know if I said this. Hi, how's it going? What are you working on? I feel like I said it already, but if I didn't, there it is. Yeah, TV at night thing isn't for me either, but my guy's into it. Yeah. Dogs work well for evening walks. Yeah. We had Sadie before. She was our husky. I could not walk her. And I grew up raising German Shepherds and training them. So, and I trained her. She was very smart. She was smarter than some of the German Shepherds we had growing up. But when it came to walk, she'd pull me. And that's just the vet said that was just part of being a husky. They like to pull. That's what they were bred for, is to pull. And she's a Siberian husky. But I couldn't keep, because she'd yank me all around. And so I couldn't take her for walks. It just was too much. And I did lots of different things. One of the things that vet told me to do is put her on a treadmill before to wear off some of the energy. And she decided she didn't like the treadmill. And, she would try to get off, and I tell her she had to stay on. And like I said, she's really smart. So the next thing she did was she started pooping while she's walking on the treadmill. So funny to see this dog poop, drop to the treadmill, and then slide off the back. I was like, oh, Lord. I was like, okay, you do not want to do this, and you keep pulling me. So I just couldn't do the walks anymore with her. Now we do have a new dog. He's still a puppy. I think he's less than a year old. Probably 7 or 8 months old now. Maybe I should do something. I could probably get my husband to do it a walk now with him because he has taken him out for walks in the evening, but he's not consistent with it. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Our dog is not good on a lead. Our dog is not trained. I can't really walk him either. Yeah. Yeah, it was something. She was smart, like I said, very, very smart. She was very trainable in most things, just not that. That she was like, nope, nope, not gonna deal with that. She really didn't like being outside either. So funny. I mean, she's a snow dog, right? And she was all white. Very, very beautiful dog. And actually, I wonder if I think I had just seen a picture of her in my pictures when I was looking, but I don't know if I can find it again. But this is when I was looking for a picture for my book cover, which I still have not addressed. Where do you find pictures on your? But yeah, she was a beautiful dog, but she just had so much energy, and she just pulled me around, and yeah, it was hard. My computer decided it's not going to do anything at the moment. Now, okay, now it's doing something. I'm like, what? 2008. I know I have a picture of her in 2008 because my husband was deployed, and so I took a picture of all the animals in front of the Christmas tree. I found a picture. She was all white with 2 blue eyes. I think I can image file. Nope, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it over here. Media assets. Add overlay. Desktop. I was just talking about her too on someone's channel. So there. Her eyes are all red in here, but they're blue. And they're like this really, really light blue color. She was so pretty. But that, yeah. She has like the body of like, or had, because she's no longer with us, but she had the body of like a German Shepherd. And a lot of people would ask, is she a German Shepherd? I'm like, no, she's a Siberian Husky. And we had papers on her. She's full-blooded Siberian Husky. And her tail was curly. So, which Shepherds don't have curly tails. Only the lines of Huskies do, and Malamutes, I think. Or I don't know if I'm saying that right. But yeah, she was super smart. Yeah. And she had 3 layers of fur. So interesting. And definitely for the snow, but she was Miss Priss. She didn't like being outside. And the first time she was around snow, she could not stand it. She kept picking up her paws like something disgusting was touching her. It was so funny. But then she wasn't really made for the heat either, because we had to order to Hawaii. We took her, and I remember going to the vet, and I was like, what should I worry about with her? Because I know she had 3 layers of fur. And he said, well, mostly, she said the vet told me she doesn't have white fur. That is she has clear fur. And it just looks white because it's picking up her skin tone. So he said because her fur is actually clear, that means she can actually get a sunburn. So we just had to ensure that she wasn't outside too long, which I'm like, she don't like being outside anyway. She's an inside dog. So she hated being outside. So yeah, we had her inside with us, which by the way, that was the inspiration. Because someone asked me if I ever wrote her into any of my stories. And I said, no, I've never written her into my stories, but she was the inspiration behind the hair of my main character in A Curse of Scales and Feathers, because that book is actually up right there on the screen right now. Oops, I'm going to miss it. It just, if you see the character it looks like white hair, but if you, the underneath side is darker and there's some blue, and it's because I made her hair like Sadie's, where her hair is not actually white, it's clear, and it picks up the colors around her. Same way, it picks up her skin tone, which her skin tone was a light blue color. The character, not the dog. So I had that, and I just added to it where it also would pick up colors from around her, versus Mercedes, her fur color was from her skin color. So yeah, interesting stuff. But yeah, that, I guess it did. Yeah, she liked to howl. She would howl. It was really interesting because I grew up with German Shepherds. We raised and sold German Shepherds, and they don't howl. They bark, where most Huskies don't really bark. I've seen some videos of Huskies that are kind of like barking, but she didn't bark. She only howled. It was really interesting. And I always say she looked like a wolf. And then when she would howl, it's like, man, it was like so much like a wolf. Where was that at? Yeah, she was a pretty girl. Super smart. Yeah, I miss her. Oh, hi, Joanne. And Joanne says, hi, Jocelyn. Good to see you. How have you been? So, alrighty, let's go on. I want to finish up the rest of these updates, seeing where everybody's books are at for my Kickstarter for those who haven't got their books yet, sending out updates. And then I've got to move into, I need to make the speaker resource hub so that people can have access to the AWC logo and whatnot. I still have the packet that I made from last year for the speakers, which I could pretty much keep it the same. I remember thinking I wanted to change things, and I can't remember what it was I wanted to change. But I do know one thing I want to add in there, which is something that's new to YouTube. And it was actually came around during the time of the conference last year, but I had seen it. And I didn't know what it really did. But Dale told me how he did it, and he did it for the conference. And I was like, ooh, I should put that in the speaker packet so they know that they can do this, which is there's this on Twitch, you can do what they call raids. And somehow it's like when one stream ends, as long as you're still on that stream, when it ends, you go automatically to the next stream. And so now there's a way for you to do that with YouTube, where if you have a live stream, you can connect to someone else's live stream next. So that kind of like a raid, so that people in your audience can go to the next audience. But I don't know how it is in Twitch and how that's set up because I don't use Twitch. But in order to do that, though, you have to get some type of permissions or something from the other person that you want to send your people to. So I want to include the directions on how to do this, which I don't know what they are, but I'm pretty sure YouTube has a YouTube page for it, or some type of help page. So I want to grab that information and put that in the packet so people can look and be like, hey, this, if stay on the screen with me and you'll automatically be rerouted to this person's live stream next, especially if like the live streams are somewhat complementary, if they're talking about like similar things or something that would naturally follow on. So it'd be a good way for people to interact with each other, the speakers to interact with each other and get to maybe network a little bit if they don't know the other person. And also a way to help keep those who come to the conference on the YouTube playlist a little bit longer, right? So been quite busy. Now I'm finally getting some words in. Awesome. Well, let's help you with that, with getting some words in. We'll go on to the next brand. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll do another 60 minutes. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Wow, lots of comments. So let me head over there. I'm almost done with all my Kickstarter updates. There's just 5 more that I wanted to add a little bit more to my update to them because they had a couple of other different things going on with theirs. So hopefully I'll get those done and be able to start on my AWC task on this next sprint. I also did get another cup of coffee and pet the kitties. So, all right, let's see. Wow. Okay, lots of hellos. So we should better get through these pretty quickly. Left off here at Jocelyn saying, I've been quite busy. Now I'm finally getting some words in. And awesome. Hopefully you're ready to get those words. Twitch has several ways you can limit it or block it, but actually pretty easy for hosts to do on Twitch. We're talking about rating. I don't really know how Twitch does it, but there's something similar that you can set up on YouTube. Similar as in what it looks like. But on the back end, I think it looks a little bit different on setting it up. And I was just talking about how I want to include that as part of the speaker packet so that speakers could know that that option's available to them if they wanted to try something like that. And JC had come in and say, hey, hi, everyone. Hello, JC. I hope all is well with you. Are you working on anything? I'm saying hellos. It's awesome to hear, Jocelyn from Joanne. JL says, I've read about 6 chapters of your book, The Weight of Her, and love it. So relatable as I have a very challenging, distant relationship with my mother. And that is JC's book, by the way, if anyone does not, or if they're not aware of The Weight of Her and who the author is on that one. We'll leave a review when I finish. Normally I would already be close to the end, but I'm spending so much time on my document, it's taken longer than usual. It happens. Hey, JL, I'm so glad that you're liking it. Hey, esteemed friends. Like button booped. Hiya, JC, Jocelyn, JL, Kat, Joanne, how's your book coming? Hi, Eva. Hi, Green Ruled. Emma's just getting everybody in there. Joanne says to Emma, it's coming along pretty good. Thanks for asking. I'm on chapter 6 of 40, and I finished revising chapter 5 yesterday, so I'm making some good progress. What about you? Nice work, Joanne. I'm good, thanks. From Emma. Hey, Emma. Substack posted. Hey, JC, another snack acquired. What did you get for your snack? I actually did pick up a snack too. I got some Cheez-Its. Homeschool knockouts. Hello, found y'all through a YouTube writing sprint live search. LOL. Didn't see this on the Heart Breathing Google Calendar. So yeah, so the Heart Breathing Google Calendar is set up for the YouTube channels who are part of the Heart Breathing's community. I'm very aware of who Sarah Cannon is. I appreciate everything that she does. She's actually been a special guest speaker for the conference we have coming up here soon. But I have not gotten to the YouTuber side of the Heart Breathings community. I typically go to a lot of the writing streams because it's very helpful for getting words in. So definitely love that. But there are tons of live streams, writing streams, or productivity streams that happen on YouTube that are not connected to Heart Breathings. And here, if you look down in the description box, I don't know if you're still here, but welcome to the channel if you are. Down in the description box below the video, there are 2 sheets, Google Sheets that are linked. The first one is made by author tubers, so those who, writers and publishers on YouTube. And it has author tubers and booktubers who have sprints happening all throughout the week. So you can find one almost any hour of the day, almost, not always. And then the sheet below that one is updated and maintained by booktubers, but it also has some author tubers on there as well. So between the two, you might be able to find a writing sprint anytime. And then of course you have the Heart Breathings calendar, which is that one's maintained by Sarah Cannon's group. So yeah, lots of ways to find different sprints. Welcome back to work I go. We home ed at Hey Homeschool Knockouts. So I did homeschool for 1 year. I would probably do homeschool with my kiddo if he wasn't neurodivergent, and what he's lacking is the social aspect. So I think he really needs the social to get that. But I have really strongly thought about that. I would do that. I would have kept him at home. After the whole COVID thing happened, but we did see how his social skills really fell behind. And he was nonverbal before COVID happened, and he became verbal, but even less so. He's got a para who's been with him for a few years, and she said for the first time she's seen him actually initiate conversation with other kiddos. So I think it helps for him to be around other kids. Did I read that one? Hey, Emma, I had to refresh to see all the most recent comments. Oop. We home ed and public school. I think like a lot of things my homeschool family counts as class as recreational for our home life. Rich explains, excuse me, the kids' advanced reading, probably doing homeschool without knowing it. kids that like to learn make it easy, though. Yeah, they definitely do make it easy. And of course, you can go at the speed of your kiddo. And I feel that that definitely does lead to the kids having more advanced skills than the ones in school, where the school has to kind of cater to the students who need extra time to get, to understand the information. So just catching up with the chat. Hello, Emma from JL. It's graduation season. I have 2 still to go, but our cities was the past weekend. Any of y'all have graduates? Now I've got my 24-year-old. He's about to graduate from something in the military, some course he just went through. And he just went through another one a few weeks ago. And then he's about to leave off for special forces training, some type or something with that, something to do with that. But yeah, no. My other one is he's in 6th grade. No, yeah, 6th grade. Yes, 6th grade. He's 12. I'm losing track of numbers here. So I don't have any that are about to graduate. But hello to Emma Bennett. I have a nephew and cousin graduating high school this season. Wow, so you are in the graduating mind. And sometime soon, a niece will wrap up her bachelor's. Nice. I have a graduate too. It's crazy right now. Lots of stuff going on. I think Devin was in this position last year, right? Devin, am I misspeaking? I think her oldest son had graduated this time last year. I remember it was crazy for her and everything she was going through, graduation and whatnot. A friend had her oldest graduate. She's a mess, adorably though. I love that. Hi, nice to meet you. How's your day going to homeschool knockouts? Joanne, I've met you before, Lady LOL. I think it was Sarah Sprint or someone else's, but good to see you again. Your name always stands out. Met. My bad. Good to see you too. Congrats to your graduate. That's so exciting. And love to Joanne. Oh yeah, YouTube rates. I think it's designed more planned on YouTube than it is on Twitch, where it's designed to interrupt. Oh. Yeah, so I've never been part of a raid before on Twitch. I've just had it explained to me. So the way I thought it was is that like you're on a live stream, and however it's set up on the back end, whoever is in the live stream, like whoever's watching it and in the chat and whatnot, as long as they stay right there, they will automatically get pushed to the next person that the current channel is pushing everyone to. But maybe it's not quite that. But that's what YouTube does. So YouTube, you can set it up on the back end. And like I said, I have not done this yet. I just know that it's been done because some of the Dale did it last year as a speaker at the conference. But he had to get in contact. I had to make the introduction between him and the person coming after him so that he could ask her for permission and get more information, I think, from her in order to push his viewers to her live stream next, so that it would be automatic without anyone having to leave the YouTube live stream. So I think that AWC is enough of a link for a host to consider using a raid, especially if it's a free option for everyone. I'm not sure what you might mean by that. Because if I understand it correctly, you have to have like a specific link to put in there. So you can't put like the playlist link in there to push it forward. But it could be where, what the reason why I want to put it into the speaker packet is so that people can like network with others, especially if they have similar presentations that they're giving or something that would naturally follow on. Granola bar, but I've gotten an apple too. LOL. Yeah, my snack is not healthy like that. But I do like granola bars. If we had a granola bar, I probably would eat it. My bad. I've always seen your name and realized it was through Dale Roberts. You're everywhere, love. You're talking about me? Probably. Yeah. Yeah. Dale, I'm on his channel a few times. And then, of course, he does his Monday evenings. He does his news report. And also, currently, I don't know when it's changing, but it's changing soon. So it's always a live stream Monday nights where he starts off talking about a topic. And then he chats with us in the chat. And then he goes into record mode and records the news segment. But I think he's going to be changing. He's changing the first part of it to start bringing on people to interview, which is going to be kind of cool. I love that kind of stuff. Wow. Those live stream sprints links are amazing, aren't they? Yeah. It's so awesome that you can find somebody sprinting at some point and get something done, right? Whatever productivity it is you need. So sounds like a story is coming, Adeshale. Yeah, that's a raid on Twitch, though. The next channel may be someone who has been online for hours. There's not an order like there would be on YouTube. Oh, okay. That makes sense, I feel like. I just hit a great emotional beat on the scene I've been trying to write for a week. So stoked. Yes, I'm so happy for you, Deshley. I know that that's been something you've been working on. Gosh, yeah, for over a week now. So I'm glad that you were able to get through it. Do you like it? Sometimes when it's hard to get through a scene and I'm really trying to write it and then I get through it and I'm like, I don't know if I really like it. And then I kind of just set it aside and come back to it later. Oh, I'm glad. Okay, hello. I just ended up sending you a message on Kickstarter. So I was this morning. I was going through the Kickstarter, and I've kind of behind. I've been trying to get in there every week, but it's been almost 2 weeks since I got in there, just to check any messages and to update people with whatever is going on with their deliveries. Lots of books were delivered in the last 2 weeks, so I was able to say, "You've got your book. We are officially done." But I know yours is not, because you have a special edition. You've got the special edition hardback, right? Those are still waiting to come to my house. And I when I went to UPS or USPS, today online to try to get some updates on some of the tracking for the books, they had the message at the top saying that shipping has been delayed due to severe weather. So I was like, oh, this is why it's taking so long. It's severe weather delays from the Midwest to Eastern US and through the Great Lakes. And I'm like, yep, that's where I live. So I live in that area. So anything that's being shipped out from this area over here in the US is taking longer to get everywhere. But also, if anyone's interested, there is a newsletter for Joanne's novel. If reading's an option for everyone, it seems a thing that make a lot of sense for the AWC, the way the conference is designed to go from one to another. Yeah, the only difference is what I'm thinking of, and maybe I'm thinking of it wrong, or not wrong, but maybe it's not like the best way to think. I don't know. So with the way the conference is set up, right, we have 3 to 4 presentations per time slot, except for the special guest speaker spots and the other appearances spots, like the closing session, opening session, happy hours, that kind of stuff. So if and I remember with Dale last year, what did he do? He did the future of publishing, I think is what his presentation was on. And so there was someone who was coming after him, and I don't even remember what it was now, that her topic went along with what he was saying. And can't remember who the speaker is, but I do remember it was a her. So that's about all I can remember, because I had to make the introductions. And well, the speaker spot after Dale, because Dale has a special guest speaker spot, so he was the only one speaking in his spot. But in the next hour, we had 3 or 4 people presenting, and his presentation was like a natural follow-on or a lead-in to what was going on next, or something like this. I can't quite remember all the details. It's in an email. I can go back and review or remind myself and to do it. But so he had me make introductions so that he could contact her about doing that transfer over. So and you know what? If I was presenting at the conference in such a capacity and someone's like, hey, can I get your information for your video and whatever else it was that he needed from her, so that he could push his audience over to my video next, I'd be like, yes, because he's got a really big audience. So yeah. Now I can transition them out of the scene and onto the rest of the story. The emotional craft of fiction was helpful in the last section of the scene. Yeah. Yes. Do you know, Adeshle, I published the video for the podcast last week for the emotional craft of fiction. It was myself and Adeshle talking about the book. And again, it started at noon, and that was on Thursday because it was the 15th. That was the same day that I had to hurry up and get off my stream and run to go, with my husband. We had to get to my son's school for our final, thanks goodness, IEP meeting of the year, because my kiddo's neurodivergent. And we're pretty much like bulldogs with trying to make sure he has all the accommodations he can get to be successful. And it was a 2.5-hour long meeting. So I didn't even look at that video. And I don't know why. I always usually play the beginning of all my videos before I publish them. But I don't know what was going through my mind. And I did it a whole day prior. And I don't know what's going through my mind, but I did not check the video until Morgan left a comment on that video to say, there's no sound. So somehow I had saved the video without sound. So I had to take it down and redo it. I was doing that on Thursday. Yeah, because I got back from the meeting and I was trying to get some stuff work done on Dale's book because I was a beta reader for his book, and I was trying to get back to him. I wanted to get it to him on Thursday, and then I saw that comment come through from Morgan, and I was like, okay, put the book aside and let me deal with this. So, congrats to Deshalay from Melvay. Thanks. I basically had to sit it to the side for a few days. Okay, so you were able to put it aside for a bit. No paperback. Mine. Oh, no paper. Okay, so you had yours all done. Oh, okay. Sorry, I've been looking at so many names this morning. I was like, I think you have still more left. No, yours is just the Faded Adventures that's just left. Yes, now I'm recalling that. I remember putting the PS on there. Because that was like, I don't know how many messages I have sent. I have like 62 backers, but I didn't message all of them. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I pulled their names out to separately do them because theirs takes a little bit more that I need to add to my message. So I still have 5 more I have to update. So, okay. Yeah. Yours all done. Several Faded Adventures. I'm sorry, I forgot. I probably want to come back and look at it. Plus I was working from memory when using the lessons from the emotional cross. Yes. When I rewatched the video when I was editing it, I was like, I need to remember to go back and do that. The way some of the exercises he gave us in the book, I definitely want to try them. Joanne just signed up to your newsletter. That said, I think it came out great. So many pages to get to this simple, heart-rich moment, but it lands so well. I'm so happy for you. Tech problems, I know. It was also Shanon problems because Shanon did not listen to the video. I have no idea why I didn't. I usually always play like the first 30 seconds to make sure that it works, that it's good. And for some reason I didn't. And I remember being proud of myself because I got it done before midnight, like well in advance of midnight. Where like in the past, I'm always like working up until the last hour because it goes out on podcast platforms at midnight. And I got it done in plenty of time. Yes. Homeschool Nuggets, thank you so much. If you're interested in checking out the novella, there is a link. Alrighty. I want to do at least one more sprint, 1 hour long. This Marathon Monday, so we have 1 hour long sprints. And get set up. Everyone has to leave out. Thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock in. Is it going? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on the sprint. How did you do? And I got through all of my Kickstarter updates and stuff, except for one. And this is like the one that it was showing that the book was supposed to come in today, and it updated to show that it was coming in within this hour. So I thought, well, I'll hold off to give an update, because if the proof copy looks good, then I can just go ahead and order the copy and let that backer know that the proof copy was good. Your copy has been ordered. And if it's not good, then of course fix it, and then let the backer know like the copy came in, but the proof had issues or whatever. And then, so I want to see the copy of the book before I give that last Kickstarter backer an update. So let's see how you guys did. And just FYI, guys, I know I try to go like to 2:00. I think that was going to be the last sprint for me. I do need to go out to the mailbox and check to see if that book has come in. And I just feel like I need a break from the screen for a little bit. I did start working on the speaker packet for the conference, but I'll take a break and then I'll come back and work on it here in a little while. So Homeschool Knockout said, let's go at the beginning of the last sprint. Green Rolls said, happy writing. Thank you. I would like to get some writing in today. I need to get this packet done. I need to check the conference email inbox. If there's anything I need to address, I'll do there. And if that's all good, I think then I'll get some writing in, but it's going to be later. But then Dale also has his live stream tonight, so I don't know if I'll get that all done before his live stream. And usually by the time I hit his live stream, I kind of listen. It's not my night to moderate, thank goodness, unless DL needs help. DL, Tillery, and I, we take turns moderating his chat, and it's her night, but it's a possibility if she's busy or whatnot that I will be doing it, but I have to check in with her to see. So I can just enjoy the show, and then usually like my brain is like, I'm done after that. So it's amazing, Adishley. That's a great feeling, and congrats. Also got really tired last night, but I will be reading the first few chapters of your book after lunch. Looking forward to it. I'll send you an email this evening with my thoughts on what I read. Nice. I think that's for JC's book. Morning, friends. Looks like I caught you at the end. Yes, you did. You caught us. Well, that was almost an hour ago, but that was the last sprint that I was going to do. I usually do try to go to at least 2:00 or slightly after if the last hour goes over, but I'm just tired today and I need a break. But I will be back again tomorrow. It will be the 45-minute Pomodoro sprint. So it's strictly timed 45 minutes on, 5 minutes off, or 45 minutes on, 5 minutes off. A little bit different than the marathon sprints with an hour long. And lots of room for talking in between. Hey, Gwyneth from Eva. Good to see you. How have you been, Gwyneth from Joanne? Hello, Gwyneth, says JL. Got dinner in the slow cooker, and now to research what I can make with lemons and apricots since they were on sale at the grocery store, and I overindulged. I'm sorry I can't help you. I'm not a foodie. But if Adeshley is still here, he's a foodie. He might be able to tell you something, but I don't know if he's still here. Gwyneth found one. Ooh, there you go. Joanne's a cook as well, so there you go. I hope it tastes good. I missed the last chat break because I was getting dressed and ready to go run errands. Heading out now, wishing everyone a productive and happy day. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, JC. Thank you, Shannon, for the stream. You're welcome. I'm wishing you a wonderful week ahead. Yes, hopefully I'll be there in your sprint. JC goes Wednesday evenings, so hopefully I will be there. Thank you for the awesome stream, Shannon. Got some progress? Yes, made progress. Congrats on Chapter 6 of Project Sugar and Spice. Didn't get any research done. Thanks for the link, Jake. You went down a rabbit hole, huh? Hopefully you were able to, you might be able to do something with your additional fruit that you have left over. This is so helpful. I love these longer sprints. Me too. My brain just works better with the longer sprints. I'm not really sure what it is, but I have found my sweet spot is like between 53 and 58 minutes. And always at the beginning of a sprint, if I'm writing, and I'm looking at this from a writing perspective, always at the beginning of the sprint, it takes me like a minute or so to get reoriented in what I was just doing. And so the hour gives me the perfect time for writing. Unfortunately, we are close to the AuthorTube writing conferences coming up at the end of next month. And there's just a lot to do. And of course, I have my Kickstarter I'm trying to finish up. So I'm not still doing that when the conference is happening. But those would be my busy things at the moment. But yeah, I love the longer sprints too. Instead, got a PDF drawn up to opt out of an arbitration agreement update in my banking app. They're trying to waive my rights to any civil lawsuits or jury trials. Like, that's just sketchy, right? I agree. I guess the only thing I don't know the answer to this, but the only thing I would probably research is this normal practice for banks to do? If it's normal practice, it might be just following the status quo. But if it's not normal practice, then I would definitely think it's something weird. And the other side of that, right? If it is normal practice, it still doesn't mean it's not sketchy. But if it is a normal practice, it might mean that you could leave this bank and go to another and they have the same thing going on or something like that, So your options become very limited. Thanks, Swiss friends. Thanks for being here, Adeshale. Thanks to Joanne and JL. Hi, JC. Lemons and apricots, Gwenna. I'm sure if I ask the other half, she can come up with some ideas. Thanks for the sprints, love. Have a great day. You too. She used apricot jam on baked chicken. Oh, that sounds good. Homeschool Nuggets followed you and DM'd you on Instagram. I'm doing a creamy lemon chicken crock pot recipe. So I was thinking like a tart or upside down cake. Ooh, I love upside down cakes. I like that. There's just one I ate not too long ago. I didn't make it. I'm not very much of a cook, but it was upside down cake. It was a lemon cake. And when you turned it back upright, it was blueberry and like blueberry preserves that was like running over the lemon cake. It was so yummy. And thank you, love, to Joanne. Deshalé, ooh, that sounds good. Yeah. I look forward to your insights, JL. I just opened your doc to glance and began reading the first few words and I was like, this is going to be good. I hope you get some good feedback on that. Feedback that, because I know sometimes I get feedback and I'm like, I'm not sure what the author would have meant here. Good thing though, good relationships with your readers. You can just like, hey, would you mind like explaining this one to me? Because, we all interpret things differently. There was something I used to talk about when I used to teach college English and literature. It didn't matter from semester to semester. I would write up the essay prompts differently based off of what the students would tell me that they understood and what they didn't understand. And I'd still always have students who didn't understand the prompt. So it was always part of what I would teach is that you can ask me and I can try to clarify by using different words, but maybe it still might not make sense. So then and I always put them in groups at the beginning of the semester. So then turn to your group and ask them what they got from the prompt, because, the way someone words things differently can make a lot more sense than other ways, just because we all come from different experiences. But yeah, hopefully you love it. I love getting feedback. Hopefully it's good. I like your ideas, Gwenna. Lemon chicken crock pot sounds divine, doesn't it? I wish I could cook, but I don't. Actually, my husband just came home for lunch and he just opened the door and he got me some lunch. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to try and hurry up and get off here so I can get this lunch before he has to go back to work. It was good. To Joanne from Adeshale. I mean, even if it's normal practice, I don't like the ick that comes with waiving any rights like that. I know it still doesn't mean it's not sketchy. It just limits your options if it's something that they all do. Like you might have to really like try and figure out a bank that doesn't do it. And I don't know. I don't know much about the practices of what banks have in their. We go through USAA because we're prior military, and so we don't really have to. And then we have an account with Navy Fed as well. Like waiving any rights of that BS, like that is why I left Wells Fargo. Yeah, hopefully that's not a normal practice. Hopefully you're able to possibly get. Well, you said you could waive out of it, which is good. If you can waive out of it, that hopefully that doesn't negatively affect you and your account there with the bank in any way. Got some research for my world building done and some reorganization of my laptop. LOL, just when you need a reset. I'm thinking that I need a reset too. But I'm like, I don't have time right now. I have a lot to do. But that sounds awesome. I love world building. What are you writing? Or did you tell me? I'm sorry, Melvin, I might have forgotten what genre you're writing. Now I want that cake. Yes, it was so yummy. I have to figure out where I got it from. I don't leave the house very often. So I just order stuff to the house and I don't know where I got it. Was researching building materials. Ooh. Sounds productive. Any findings? Yeah, I'm curious. Well, they let me out with just a PDF with an electronic signature. So I think I'm in the clear. Okay, good. I'm glad. Yeah, that is kind of sketchy to me. Hopefully that doesn't affect anything for you in the future. And oh, good, Gwenna. Yes, I agree. Okay, got to the end of the comments and I want to go see what my husband has, get a break from the computer for a little bit. And I thank you guys all for coming today. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, but just the Pomodoros, strictly timed sprints to stay on track. Roughly 3.5 hours, 4 sprints at 45 minutes a piece. And it's fantasy, a world with personal and wild magic. Ooh, I want to know more. But I need to go see. I want to go see my husband before he has to leave. So I will probably ask you about it again in the future, Malve. thank you everyone for coming, and I'll see you guys later. Bye, y'all.